Oh, it's the ball. King. The Bohemia. That's where I press escape. Welcome back to Kingdom Come, the game where you hear that cutscene every time you start the game. Anyways, I believe we just did a bunch of tasks, so we are about to infiltrate this here monastery, right? Ah, sounds about right. So, yeah, I made sure to ready ourselves for this right away. Because I don't know how long it's going to take, but maybe the whole session.
Hail as usual.
We're about to do some stealthing, some stealth stuff. One of these guys is about to enter.
My respects to you.
We're going to take his place.
You wouldn't be Karl by any chance?
No. Good luck then.
No, I am not Karl.
Good God, you look terrible.
You wouldn't be Karl by... No.
God,
No. Karl is not I.
God save you.
You wouldn't be Karl by any chance?
No. God be with you.
God bless.
You wouldn't be Karl... No.
Farewell.
You look like a Karl. As do you.
Look out.
You look out. Hello. Is everybody bugging or what? Like, oh, why are they all standing in weird places doing things? Hold on, that's Karl, but I want to beat this guy's ass.
What? Are you volunteering to get your head smacked?
That's right. Let's go.
That's right. Let's go, you miserable lout.
Ow!
One beer.
Get up, you.
How much longer must I wait?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel right robbing him in public like that. Anyways, this here is Karl. Guardian Manfred.
God grant you health. God be with you.
Good God, you look terrible.
Are you Karl by any chance?
I am? Why do you ask?
I've heard that you're bound for the monastery.
Yes, it's true. But I've convinced my faithful guardian, Manfred, to give me a few more days of freedom. Mind you, he won't let me visit the brothel, so instead I'm devoting those days to the demon drink. With whom do I have the honor of speaking? My name is Henry. Pleased to meet you, Henry.
Right here.
What if I went instead of you?
What if I entered the monastery instead of you?
I would give you your weight in gold, if I had any. But Manfred there, my guardian angel and caretaker, has all the coin, and he never takes so much as a single step away from me. If you help me get rid of him...
He's been listening to us the entire time.
So what? Listen, friend, let's raise a glass. Manfred here's a sleepy old goat. We can talk once he dozes off. Please, get rid of him for me, any way you can. Good luck, then. One ale, please.
Okay.
You're Manfred, the young lord's guardian?
Indeed I am. Why?
Yeah.
You must have a mighty thirst. Waiting here with him for days, just watching him get drunk, and not having a sip yourself.
There's no doubt I'd enjoy a drink. Heaven knows I deserve it. But if I dull my senses in the slightest, that rogue will surely get up to mischief.
So let's drink together. And if you start to feel unwell, I'll keep an eye on him. Like you said, you deserve some fun.
I can see you're a reliable lad. So what shall we have to drink? And while we're at it, why not have a little game? I'll see you later.
Oh, I'm bad at dice. Looking for 1s and 5s, as I recall.
Here we are.
All the best.
I don't know why I'd want a 3.
Any chance of a bite to eat?
Let's go with that. I think the demonic ice has the Joker on it, but I don't really
Your fame
remember the
precedes
rules
you.
for that.
You won't get the better of me.
One ale over here, please.
Is that not a 1?
Pour me one.
I see. So whatever that is not worth a 1. That must be the Joker too. Well, I will
Pour me one.
run past them.
My pleasure.
Pour me one.
Oh, me one, bruv.
We'll see.
Here you are. And good health.
This'll be the one.
There. Satisfied?
You're wild.
Here. Enjoy it.
God's holy hat!
Idiot.
Coming. Certainly. I'll fetch it right away.
I think I had 3 5s there, but I couldn't see the one too well. The purple on it, you know.
Use your head, man. You'll lose everything.
Oh, I should have rolled again since I took all the dice. I forgot about that. Shit.
Sod this. Hey, I'm dying of thirst
That's
here.
all.
A tankard here.
Ooh.
Pour me one. A tankard here.
This'll be the one.
He did it. And it's probably gonna fuck me now.
That's it.
He's like already caught up. He busts.
That'll do me.
And we got a 500, 600. Is that good? It's not. We need like 50 more. let's keep
Use your
going.
head, man. You'll lose everything.
Shove it. Alright, we're good. That's a win.
Good game.
Dubski.
You deserve it. I've had enough.
And you said you wouldn't drink today.
Silence. I'm going to sleep. Here's a few coins. Have fun. Tomorrow, we're going to the monastery. Is that clear?
Couldn't you give me more? This isn't even enough for a toothless whore.
It's enough for beer. Good night.
Hold on, toothless whore, that's cost extra.
Hmm?
Carl.
Manfred's taken care of, just as you wanted.
Thank God. He won't let me out of his sight for a second, and he's itching to get me in the monastery so he can head back home.
Why are you being sent to the monastery?
Like every lusty young lad, I'm fond of fair maidens, but I...
Lusty lad.
got one, and let's just say she was, indisposed for 9 months.
But they don't send you to the monastery for that.
They do, when it's the daughter of the Lord of your feet.
Shit.
Shit is putting it mildly. The Lord of Bookover was less than pleased. He knows he'll never marry off his daughter now, so he gave father a choice. Either pay him 1,000 groschen in compensation, along with my balls on a silver platter, or pay 1,000 groschen and put me away somewhere no one will ever see me again.
Sheesh.
Why does your guardian never leave your side?
So I don't run away. Of course, I'm free to walk around, but he watches every step I take and won't stop until I'm
Can you
behind
just
the
force them to
monastery
get
walls.
married?
Well, he's not watching you now.
What good is that to me when he has all the money, and even my saddle and riding cloak under lock and key?
Why don't you just run away?
Bare arsed. What the hell would I do? I don't know how to work, I have no money, and that old bastard's even taken my
Working's
cloak.
not that hard.
Has me in the palm of his hand.
But there are poor people everywhere and they get by somehow.
If I have to choose between hunger and poverty on one hand and the monastic life on the other, I'm afraid the monastery wins. If I could only steal that old man's pouch, I'd be gone faster than lightning and no one would ever see me again.
Now hold on, the monastery doesn't have titties though. You can get titties on the street.
What if I entered the monastery instead of you?
What? Voluntarily? You don't look like someone who'd want to spend the rest of his days on his knees praying. Well, that's your problem. You could only enter the monastery if you know how to read and write, and if you have a special writ from the abbot. That's a letter confirming they know who you are and that they've accepted you.
So you give me your writ. I'll just tell them I'm you.
Manfred has the writ. You'd have to take it from him, but he only puts it down when he sleeps.
So I'll steal it and then you can
Sleeping
disappear.
now.
Disappear? Bare arsed. What the hell would I do? I don't know how to work, I have no money, and that old
Same
bastard's
thing
even
again.
taken my cloak. He has me in the palm of his hand.
But there are poor people everywhere and they get by somehow.
If I have to choose...
Why would you make this a mandatory conversation when it's also something you could have said?
That's all then.
See you later.
Sounds like he doesn't want to run away, but all I gotta do is steal the writ anyways. Someone might come looking for me in a few days, but that don't matter. Sure, nice. Bolted brown chiqueta? Nice. Alright, well. I guess I just give him the money then. Figure the rest out.
I've got what you need.
Excellent. Give me the purse. You can do as you like with the ring.
You can have some of it, bitch.
Here's half the purse.
Half? What about the rest?
Finder's
Taking
fee.
it for my efforts.
Well, I can't say that seems fair to me, but what can I do? God be with you.
You can hold these nuts, Karl. I'm going to the monastery. Pebbles. Weeble? Weeble boy? This is B. Why do I have two objectives? C. Still on there. Hell, Sir Radzig. Nah, you don't need to know about this. This is Sir Hands. That's new. Okay. Then what the hell is this? I thought there were only 3 big DLCs. Huh.
Yeah.
I'm Karl. I'm supposed to enter as a novice.
We expected you sooner. Weren't you supposed to come here with your guardian? It's been so hectic lately, people will keep turning up out of the blue.
He gave me the papers and left me at the gate. You must be used to that, though. I'm not the first novice here, am I?
But that wasn't very considerate of him, was it? It's been so
No.
hectic here lately, novices arriving one after the other. The last one didn't even have a letter, and you'd think his backside was on fire, the way he kept looking over his shoulder.
You took him without the letter. You didn't find that suspicious?
My guess is he wanted to hide from someone. But he's a priest and knows how things work in the monastery. So there was nothing to prevent him from being accepted, at least temporarily. You're a different case, though. Are you able to read?
Naturally. I wouldn't be here otherwise.
So then, are you ready to enter the Order of Saint Benedict and renounce forever the temptations of this world?
Yes.
I am.
Then you must rid yourself of all your worldly possessions. Sell them or give them to the poor and needy or donate them to the monastery. You may not enter this place burdened by worldly goods. Inside the gatehouse is a trunk in which you will find monk's robes. Put away all your possessions and dress yourself in the habit. Then you may rest a while I go and see the prior to arrange matters for your acceptance. Good luck to you.
Okay. I think I still have a room rented, so I can go put all this crap away there.
Yeah.
This ain't the place, is it? No, it is. It is. It's the shading. Can't see the stairs. This whole building just looks black to me. I have so much useless shit. You know what? Probably better that I put up my horse so I don't have to sort through all that. Also, you know, I won't have to go look for it once I'm out of there either. I think they'd have given that to him. Left in my inventory, but I guess. Alright, that's all of my worldly possessions that are not quest items. All on good Sir Pebble.
Yeah.
Alright, the gatehouse. That right here. It's a gatehouse. Is that why this was blocked with barrels before?
Strange feeling being without all of that. I didn't realise how much I'd grown used to it.
Ah. Yeah, I was supposed to put it away
Everything's
right
prepared.
there.
It's time for you to take your vows.
So magically.
Do I really have to wear this?
You'd better get used to it. You'll be wearing it for the rest of your life.
Oh, I don't get a brown robe ever, or is it just covered in shit? Oh, it's black. They make you an evil priest. Oh! One on the end looks sus. Blonde boy.
Brothers in Christ, we have gathered here today to welcome a new novice into our midst.
Father Carlin.
Dear brother, forget your former life and embrace your new vocation in the community of the monks of St. Benedict. Opus Dei, obedientia, obprobria, the service of God, obedience, and endurance of all discomfort. These are the cornerstones and succor of our order, which on this day shall
The
become
Order
your
of
own.
Suckers.
Suscipe me, Domine, secundum eloquium tuum et vivam, et non confundas me ab expectatione mea.
Just got a guy singing at you. It's not supposed to be awkward.
Suscipe me, Domine, secundum in loquium tuum
You know more than me, huh? You're novice.
vivam, et non confundas me ab expectatione me.
The church just a club for guys who like to
Accept
sing,
your new
back when it
name,
wasn't okay to
Brother
be
Gregor,
artsy.
and wear it with honor. Welcome, brother.
Hey, we're married. Thank you. Kiss. Kiss. Yes.
Welcome, brother. I am Antonius, a novice like you. I've been instructed to guide you around the monastery and tell you what you can expect.
Oh, this is a
and what
smart
your
guy.
duties
You know
are.
what? He was a priest. He knew the words. This guy's sus. They call him Pious because he was a priest, you know?
Thanks for helping me out during the ceremony. I had no idea what I was supposed to do.
You don't know Latin, do you? Don't worry. Work in the scriptorium will teach you fast enough. Why exactly are you here? Was it your choice? Or did someone force you to come?
I wanted to become a monk.
I'm being punished. If it were up to me, I'd still be spending my days in taverns and my nights with whores.
I don't envy you. Unfortunately, you're here for the rest of your life.
Oh.
Would you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a novice and I'm here because I'd make a poor merchant. I like books and I want an education. Although I must say, so far the monastic life's been quite unexpected.
How so?
Is it alright if we don't do the tour?
I thought that since you're literally a complete novice, you'd be interested to know what you have to do tomorrow. But if you don't want to come with me, I won't force you. Here's a letter from the prior with the daily schedule. Read it and observe it.
Let's go then.
Good. But before we do, here's a letter directly from the prior telling you all your regular duties from tomorrow onwards. Make sure to read it this evening, so you know how things work. Right, we can go now. Follow me closely. I'll explain everything as we go. Remember one word: discipline. It's your job to work and pray. You serve the Lord now, not your own bodily needs.
What if I have to take a shit, though?
Salve. Be well. This is the way to the dormitory, where we all sleep. You'll find a free bed there, which is now yours.
Okay.
Do you know the first thing the monastery taught me? To appreciate sleep. We rise before dawn every day. Takes a bit of getting used to. This is the garden, a place for silent contemplation and meditation.
Are you
Centuries
talking?
This monastery was founded by the most esteemed of brothers, Saint Procopius. His earthly remains can be found in a cave under the monastery, and his spirit wanders the corridors at night, punishing any misbehaving novices. So beware.
Here are the frattery and scriptorium, together with the library.
The frat bros hang?
This is where we work. Ora et labora. Pray and work.
As a novice,
I drink this Oreo out of my asshole?
superior brethren.
Not
And above
gay.
us monks are the prior
Gross.
and the cicatas, who punish every infraction.
Yeah, I said drink because it got fucking soggy from his ass sweat.
Do what they say. This is the refectory, where we come together to eat. During meals, you must be silent. Only one brother reads aloud from the Rule of Saint Benedict.
The rule
Well,
is
slurping though, huh?
we recognize, with the exception of those from God himself. If you break any of its precepts, expect a swift punishment. But I've already told you about the circuitous.
Only about a fucking ghost that's gonna punish me. Library I robbed.
The library, the pride of our monastery, a trove of learning. We don't just read books here, we also copy them. You too will learn how.
And that's all. Today you are still free from duty, but tomorrow you begin work like the others. If you need anything, ask any of the brothers. We will be glad to help you. And I recommend you get to know the other novices. You already know me. Then there is Siskin, Yodok, and Lucas.
Thanks for showing me around. There's a lot to learn here. Will you tell me something about yourself?
There's not much to tell. I lived in Vlashim, and after my father died, I found out I wasn't much of a merchant. So I left the shop to my brother, and decided to become a monk. It's peaceful here. There's food and lots of time to read.
So you chose to come here?
It may seem strange, but I'm one of the few novices that did. I might be the only one. The truth is, the idea of spending my life in a monastery was more appealing than being cooped up in a greasy old shop.
Like Greece? That's gaming.
It occurred to me you might be the man to ask. I'm looking for some lockpicks. Do you know anyone in the monastery who could help me?
Lockpicks? You surprise me, brother. And you, a nobleman's son. But you could ask Brother Celerius. They say he used to be a thief.
Uh-huh. All that. Monk, more like...
It contains forbidden books.
Chunk. Yeah, I need to get them lockpicks. Bonius, you good with me, Brother Soprano? So,
What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery.
oh,
Can you leave the monastery?
Where would you go? You have everything you need here. Anyway, all the doors here are closed and locked tight, so no one can get in or out.
yeah, but like, why? If we're all good men who love God, shouldn't we all stay? Trapped.
I'm looking for something a little, unorthodox.
And what would that be exactly?
Lockpicks?
I'm looking for lockpicks.
Lock picks? And what would you like those for?
Pick the chastity belt off? Oh, shame. You know, there's no ladies. I really would like to beat.
I'd like to practice opening locks, just for the fun of it.
Well, why not? So you heard I used to be a burglar, did you? I put it all behind me as soon as I took the vows. But I do have a few lockpicks left. I'll trade them for food. Get me a bite to eat, and you can have your lockpicks. Can't say fairer than that, can I?
Alright, well, I don't have food.
What do you desire?
It's like prison.
I'm looking for some...
And what?
I need to get some wine.
You're not the only one. But I have to keep records of all the casks, and the prior checks on them. He'd notice any loss straight away. Just like our food, everything's rationed. So I'm sorry, but I'll have to...
Oh, nothing. Brother, I've a favour to ask. And I think you're the man to...
I see, so it's the dodgy sort of favor.
Well, yes. I need to get hold of the keys to the monastery.
That won't be easy, I can tell you that straight off. A prior always keeps the keys close by him. So how exactly do you imagine I could help?
Pick his pocket. That's what I'm gonna do.
How could I get hold of them?
With great difficulty. Unless you want to rob the prior.
Is there any other way to get...
The door out of the monastery is like any other. Only the lock's more complicated than most. But I can sell you some lockpicks. And with a little training, you'll make short work of it.
Okay.
There's something else.
Brother, remember the vows you made. We're forbidden to leave the monastery. It's not for me to sit in judgment, but...
I'm just asking questions, alright? I just got here. Come on, of course I want to leave. Punk. Where can I get some food? Of all the onions. Take all the food. Pious will just starve, see if I care. Take a shit where you keep your food, are you kidding me?
I'm Gregor and
I know. I saw you in the church during ceremony. I have the feeling we'll be meeting again soon, and often. You see, I'm the circator.
What does that mean?
That beat your ass.
Sure everyone observes the rule, does their work, and that everything's the way it should be.
When it's not the way it should be?
Then we're authorized to mete out punishment. But certainly you won't require correction, will you, brother?
Oh. Done. Where'd what's his face go? Want to get as much done while I'm free from duties, because the cicadas will get on your ass. Porch, nice.
This looks like the dregs after a night's drinking. Who could be coming here?
Hey, wine.
I'm Gregor, a novice. I saw you at the ceremony.
I know. It was hard not to notice you.
And you are?
Lucas, also a novice. Don't get upset, but I don't want to talk to you. I'm happiest alone.
Yeah, okay.
Will you tell me something?
I
mean, where you're from, what sort of life you had before, that sort of thing.
I'm a novice, and my monastic name is Lucas. Nothing else matters.
Very sus.
Come on. Is there really nothing at all you can tell me?
I could, but I don't want to. I'm sorry. I want to stay focused on work and prayer, not on who I once was. I never will be again. What has been isn't important for us. We cast the past aside when we walked through the monastery gates and took our oath. Never forget that.
But worse than last time. I tell you, something is...
I'd like to know...
I don't know much.
Tell me about...
I'd like to, but there's nothing to tell.
You really don't...
Don't get upset. I'm sorry I can't...
I found this piece of...
Who'd tear up a book like that? Brother
Ah.
Salve, be well. What would you like?
None from you, trying to talk to novice Yodok.
Greetings, brother. I'm Gregor, and I'm...
Greetings to you, brother. I'm Yodok, the oldest of the novices. I hope you'll like it here in the monastery and that you won't get into trouble.
Trouble?
You're young, perhaps intemperate. You might easily stray from the rules of the order. I suggest you get to know the older monks. You never know when it might come in handy.
Can you tell me something about yourself?
I would if there was anything noteworthy to say. But I'm just the ordinary son of a landowner, now a monk. There's nothing in my past, present, or future that anyone could find interesting.
Why did you join the monastery?
Because it was better than living in poverty. As the youngest son, I'm not entitled to inherit my father's estate, but he was kind enough to sell off some cattle and send me here. And you know what? I'm glad to be here. It's better than mucking out manure.
Yeah, it probably is. But what about the farmer's daughter?
I'm interested in the other novices. I'm interested in Lucas.
Nobody knows much about Lucas. He keeps himself to himself. If you ask me, he's got something to hide. I'd keep well clear of him if I was you.
Do you have any grounds for suspecting him of something?
Quite a lot. And also none at all. The circators who make the rounds despise him, and they'd never punish anyone without cause.
Do you know anything about Antonius?
Only that he came to the monastery voluntarily, because he didn't want to work in his father's shop. Antonius is all right. You can rely on him. He won't betray your confidence. He's always happy to help, which is more than can be said for the other brothers.
Good to know. Maybe I can tell him about my search. This is sus. Monk. Tonius. Nevela?
What troubles you?
Hold on with this.
I'm Gregor, a novice.
I know. I saw you at the ceremony. My name is Nebulus, and I'm the provost here. I'm in charge of the monastery's property, as well as handling trade with the outside world.
That means you get to leave the monastery?
No, not at all. I just write lists and send them out.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm the provost of this monastery. It's my job to ensure the monks live a humble life and that any surpluses go to the poor. But in reality, I spend all my time making sure my brother's gluttony and the construction of a new church don't swallow up the few resources we have left.
Is there anything I could help with?
You know, there is. Perhaps you've heard that Abbot Peter is gravely ill. I'm interested in medicine, and I know there's a cure for the abbot's ailment. With your help, I could find out the details, and together you and I could give old Peter a few more years to do good. What do you say?
Sure.
What do you need me for?
In order to get the recipe for this medicament, a few rules will need to be broken. Now, you know, most of the brothers believe every illness is a message from God, and that it's not our place to deny his will. I, however, think if God sent us not just illnesses, but also the medicine to cure them, then it's our duty to relieve people of their suffering. The cure for Abbot Peter's illness could be contained in one of the books in our library, but it will certainly be amongst the Libri Prohibiti, the forbidden books, those we aren't permitted to read.
Oh, I got those.
Is there anything you can tell me that would help?
There's a key to the cabinet in the prior's chambers. The librarian should have another one, or you can acquire some lockpicks. But I can't tell you where or how. Perhaps Brother Celarius could help.
Where can I find it?
In the library, there's a large cabinet with a lock on it. The forbidden books are inside.
Oh no, are we dropping
You'll easily
frames?
recognize what you're looking for. The cover has not only a Latin inscription, but also Saracen.
Happened like the last 3 times.
Bring it to me,
lame.
but leave the other books there. No one will notice if one book disappears, but if more were to vanish, someone would certainly begin to look into it, which is exactly what we don't want.
Reconnecting, load of shit, and so you gotta upload this separately. Ugh. 8.
Why are they forbidden?
Because they contain occult and demonic practices, witchcraft and all manner of evil. Or so some people claim. It's nonsense, of course. This is nothing but a book of medicine, albeit one written by a pagan. Ibn Sina, also known as Avicenna, is universally acknowledged to be a wise man. But here, at some point, someone decided his book is the work of a Saracen devil and must be kept under lock and key. Since then, no one can even talk about the book. But the 3 wise men were from the East, were they not?
Yeah, as was Jesus. Come on. People are still fighting over Jerusalem today.
Why can't you do it yourself?
Because I'm one of the highest-ranking monks here, and one day I'd like to become abbot. Can you imagine me crawling around in the black of nights?
You could just ask for it.
Do you honestly think I haven't tried? Unfortunately, librarians...
I'm ready.
One more important thing. There's always someone in the library during the day. To pass unwatched, you'll need to go at night. It's locked, but I'm sure you'll manage to get in. They say Brother Celarius understands locks, but don't tell him why you need it. Once you have the book, bring it to me. We'll soon have the...
Should already have it, yeah.
Here's the book you wanted.
Amazing. This really is it. Now I can use it to prepare a cure for our suffering abbot. Then I'll leave it in the library to make it seem as if Brother Librarian left it lying about. There'll be no investigation, It would be against his best interests, as he'll look like the one who wasn't taking proper care of the books. It will drive him mad. I didn't leave that book out, or did I? Is there anything I can do for you in return?
I'd be interested in finding out the background of the other novices.
That's a strange wish you have. And the only ones who know everything about the novices are the abbot and the prior. They keep a record of every monk in the abbot's book, but you'll never get your hands on it. It's locked up in the prior's study.
Thanks. You've helped me immensely.
No, thank you. About that book, don't even think about breaking in to get it.
Yeah, okay.
Ah, this looks like the Saracen language. Ibn al-Hassan. That's who I'm looking for. Avicenna.
Ah, brother librarian.
What is it, brother?
I found this piece of parchment. It looks like it's been ripped out of a book. Do you know what it is?
It appears to be a page torn out of Ovid.
Ovid? What is that? Is it the name of a book?
Not what, but who? Ovid was a great Roman poet. We have a few volumes by him in the library, but one of them vanished one day. Now I believe I can guess what happened. Brother Eustace,
We'll need to wipe.
the earth rests lightly on him, was quite narrow-minded when it came to classical literature. If a book had any mention of woman at all, he condemned it as a heretical work. If he'd had his way, all such books would have been burned. Ovid's The Art of Love must have been such a thorn in his side that he stole it from the library, tore it up, and hid the pages wherever he could.
Oh, would you like me to put the book back together again?
Absolutely. Eustace's wits weren't the sharpest, so I'm sure he didn't destroy any of the pages. I imagine he hid them throughout the monastery. It might take you a while to find them all, but when you do, you can rest assured Ovid will return to his rightful place in the library.
Good. I'll look around.
Thank you, brother. It's of no great importance, but if you can find all 10...
Where should I look?
If I knew, I wouldn't have asked you to do it. The pages of the book could be hidden.
Definitely gone downhill. I remember back when we ate like kings.
And the wine. Those were the days.
You'll see. Things will
Okay, well. You for the quest. More damn pages. More damn dare pages. Ah, I see. Harvest all of these. Level up my less used skills.
It's a mystery, but one that'll be soon solved. No wonder the prior doesn't check everyone's breath in the morning. Then he'd soon get his man.
Like a... Get this well to come up with a page in it. Alright, the schedule. It might be curfew. $3 a.m. When I start gaming, dude. Jesus Christ be praised. Alright, so at 9, curfew. And yes, it does appear to be 9. I'm not supposed to be caught walking around anymore, I suppose.
You've seen us drinking here, so either join in or swear you won't tell a soul. You wouldn't want to end up like Lucas now, would you?
Fuck Lucas.
All right. I wouldn't mind some wine.
That's more like it. Sit down and have a drink, my lad.
Okay.
Quite right, brother. Just sit down and drink with us. When the wine runs out, Yorick will fetch more. I'll say one thing, brother. This wine would grace the Pope's table.
I'm not so sure. It's a bit sour. God knows what's in it.
Don't be absurd. It's a first-class cask, direct from Znojmo.
No, I know the taste of a good vintage, and this isn't it. I bet you that wretch Yorick got the casks mixed up.
Nonsense. It's perfectly drinkable.
No, it isn't. It's sour. No matter. We'll get more soon, so good health.
Good health.
We'll have to take that Yorick to task about where he got this wine and tell him next time he'd better get proper Znojmo. What is it, brother?
What are you doing here?
What does it look like? Drinking?
But we're all monks.
Youngster, when you're as old as I, you'll understand.
This shit sucks. Gets tired after a week.
But you're the cicators. You're the ones meant to be keeping order here. How can gambling and drinking be a fitting part of a monk's life?
If you really want to know, see for yourself.
All right. Have it your way.
What would you like?
You mentioned Yodok. What does he do for you?
Well, nothing much. He's just a little suckling like you. He'll do whatever it takes to stay on our good side. Sometimes we make use of him when there are errands to run.
Where'd you get the wine from? I thought the monastery cellars were guarded.
So they are. But this wine isn't from the monastery.
Yorick has a way in and
would you help
out.
us out with something? This cask is almost empty and we need a new one. We're a bit old for such exertions, but you, on the other hand...
I'll help you. What do I need to do?
Ha! I knew it! Help Novice Yorick arrange for a new cask. Talk to him first thing in the morning, and by tomorrow night, the cask can be on the table.
All right, I'll talk to him. I'd like to ask... What can you tell me about...
And what can I say? You're here to demonstrate your devotion to God and to live a monastic life. After a year, you can make your vows and become a fully fledged brother.
I meant something specific about the brothers that are here.
But you know them yourself. Yorick is an odd one, but he's diligent and eager, perhaps too eager. Siskin is good company, but a bit too worldly for a monk. Antonius is hard-working and will help with anything, but prays less than he ought. Lucas is as quiet as a mouse, and no one knows much about him. And then we have you, about who I know nothing.
Okay. Well, let's get up then, alright?
What's there left to drink
To our fresh young novices, our swift steeds, and our boundless sense.
I need to get some lockpicks. Dorm should be up here. Oh, this is the library, actually. Yeah. Hmm. The door above the basement? Yeah. Pretty easy to sneak out then, I guess. It's 2. Hmm. None of those. Alright, let's get to sleep then. Still 3. 9 to 3. That's only 6 hours, bruv. Assuming you pass out right at curfew. Everybody? Bill Doc. It says prayers start at 3. Oh. No, they start at 4. And look at me like a little boy excited on Christmas Day.
Salve Domine.
I met everyone important already. Yes. Handful of books and a pretzel. Did think he was sus. Evil Morals, The Legend of Saint Dorothy. I can't read that. 3 books. That one's new, and Yoda had it. Something to keep in mind. Jonius, he's a good guy. I don't wanna mess with him. I trust him. He's the only one who's got a real backstory so far. And we find 2 books and a pretzel. What books did he have? The Rule of Saint Benedict. And, I don't know, like another dupe.
Leave me be. I want to sleep.
It's time for prayers, everybody. You lazy sods. Wake up, Yodak.
In the night, I overheard the cicadas in the cellar. They were talking about you.
Oh no. So it's still not over. This isn't a life in service of God. This is purgatory.
Lucas, what's going on?
What do you think? Just like you, I saw the cicadas drinking and playing hazard as if they were in a brothel.
That's not who I wanted to talk to. Oops.
We'd be safer not to get mixed up in the affairs of our superior brethren.
You're probably right, but I was naive and hoped I could fix things. I warned them if they didn't stop, I'd go and tell the prior. But instead of mending their ways, they vented their anger on me. You've picked the wrong people to make enemies of, Lucas, they told me. Now I can't even count how many days and nights I've spent locked up in solitary confinement for the tiniest offenses, or for no offense at all.
Is there something I can do to help?
Would you? I think all it might take is for you to go and sit down with them. Have a talk, set things straight, then they'd leave me alone. But I'm afraid even this path leads nowhere. They'd probably start hounding you as well.
I'm not afraid of them.
I'm not afraid of them.
Brother, you have the courage I lack. May the grace of God be upon you.
Ah, well. Yodak.
Talk to me, brother.
I was talking last night with the brother cicadas. It seems you're to fetch them a cask of wine, like last time.
Well, yes, it's true.
I'd like to help you.
Would you really do it? To get hold of the wine, we'll have to leave the monastery for a bit. I know it's forbidden, but we've no other option. If wine started going missing here, someone would notice. But to leave the monastery, we need the keys. And only the prior has those.
Wait a moment. Are you saying I'm supposed to steal the prior's keys so I can go and steal wine somewhere else?
Well, you see why I don't want to do it myself now, do you? I don't have what it takes.
Because he
I
did it
can't
before.
Get those keys, but you could. Oh, or you might be able to pick the locks.
But you've done it once before, haven't you?
Last time the prior was sick, and he left the monastery keys in the Circator's care. So they unlocked the gates for me. This time we'll have to steal the keys.
How can I get hold of the keys, do you think?
I don't know, but it might be possible to do this without them. Brother Celerius, the cellar keeper, used to be a burglar. He knows his way around locks, and maybe could help us, if you could find a way to arrange it.
Do you think he'll want to take part in theft?
No, but he could give some advice, or maybe get some lockpicks to open the gate. You'll figure some.
If you think...
Once you have the key or some lockpicks, come and see me and we'll make our plan.
Okay.
My name's Gregor, a novice.
You can call me Siskin. Now, are you here of your own free will, or is this a punishment? Although, it's not important. Welcome to Purgatory.
Did you say purgatory?
You'll see soon enough. Soon enough.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
Look, nothing against you, but I prefer not to talk about my past.
Us?
Are you hiding something? Why are you so reluctant to tell me anything about yourself?
I'm hiding a lousy past that I'd rather forget. I hate to think of all I lost when they stuck me in here. And also because I really hate the question, aren't you the son of the famed Sir Smil Flashka of Pardubitz? I was rich and I had everything. But then my father began to feel his time approaching, so he decided to send a son to the monastery. And, being the youngest, the lot fell on me. I've no head for managing the estate, and they said I'd squander it. Can you imagine? Me in a monastery. So I took what coin I could from home with me, so I didn't lose out completely.
But you didn't have to come here if you didn't want to.
No, not if I didn't mind being left to beg alms by the city gate. I had one choice.
Get a job, come on.
If it had come to that after my father's death, so be it. But to get rid of me while he's still alive...
Played Mountain Blade, you just go beat some ass and get some money. Come on.
They must have realized you robbed them.
I donated some of the silver to the monastery when I came in, just to piss them off. I can just see my my siblings, arguing with the abbot to give it back.
And you stashed away the remainder?
Indeed so.
Where?
What's your plan with this treasure?
To get out of here as soon as I can. I'll wait another year or two until my hot-headed brothers cool off a bit, and then I'll take the silver and run off somewhere, far, far away from here.
That's all I wanted.
Please, keep it to yourself.
Will you tell me?
Look, not...
Very well.
Thank you.
I'm still curious.
It's no big, terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during services. There's no time otherwise. I mean, at other times, I don't get to read what I like. And I keep it under the slab so the others don't find it.
What?
I'll leave you be.
Thank you.
How is it that you don't get any penance for missing morning prayers?
I've paid off the circators to turn a blind eye. And the other monks don't notice as long as you show your face there from time to time. No one's too awake at that time of the morning.
I'd be interested to hear what you think about the other... What can you tell me about...
It's a tricky situation with Lucas. No one really knows anything about him. I've tried so many times to talk to him, but he always backs away like a virgin on a wedding night.
Whoa.
I'm interested in Yodok.
What could interest you about him? He's a no-good rat. He'll turn you in for the price of a turnip. I'd bet my life that if he wasn't here, he'd be a cumin scout, bowing and scraping for a few groschen.
That doesn't sound too flattering.
It wasn't meant to. No matter what you do here, watch out for him. He's got his eye on everyone, and he'll rat on you for even the slightest of infractions.
Tell me about Antonius.
Oh, if there was a monk I'd recommend as a friend, with of course the exception of myself, it would be Antonius. He has a calm soul, he's easy to talk to, and you can always rely on him.
Hey.
That's all. Thanks.
Oh, he's fine, I guess. It's on him, Sir Smell. And it's probably not the guy I'm looking for then. That's the door I opened before, I guess. It's still unlocked. My horse is right there. I can go grab all my gear. French altar candle looks like a penis. Love to see it. Alright, time for prayers.
What's that you're carrying around?
Forge. Charles the Fourth. King of Bohemia. A little late, not neglecting. Love to rob him in front of everyone. Alright, what are the hours on this? 4-day labors. From 4 to 6. So, there are things we can talk about. And those would be my time at Portia. another game where you work all the time. So it's pretty good. I enjoyed it very much. This is a interesting game, and that normally these work life farming sim type things are farming sims. Like Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon, Rune Factory. They all center around farming. Harvestella, even Epic Chef is primarily a farming game. But this one, you play a builder, so you can technically do a little farming, but like your job is to build. Not like houses, you're just like constructing things. You're getting bridges, you're making little furniture things, you're setting up new generators and stuff to help the development of this small town. And what makes it even more interesting is that this game is set in the post-apocalypse. It's not like bad. Like, apparently at some point it was bad, but then some legendary hero went all Diablo mode and reclaimed parts of the world. So you live in one of like the 5 free cities in like a relatively cleanish area. There's no radiation or anything, but there are still mutant monsters and toxic wastes around, and lots of relics of the past. And the city is built around the ruins of a much larger city from the past. So whenever you are sent to build something, you will often have to go digging for data disk and stuff, then take it to the research center so you can research how to make specific components like engines and power sources, whatever. And I think that's all pretty interesting. It also means that like you can get a lot of cool stuff for your house. It's either futuristic or modern, and it won't be too weird.
As a divine command and cannot suffer any delay in execution. But this very obedience will be acceptable to God and pleasing to men only. For if the disciple obeys with an ill will and murmurs, not necessarily with his lips, but simply in his heart, then even though he fulfills yet his work will not be acceptable to God, who sees that his heart...
Yeah, just going along with all of that, the world has a lot of like really strange lore that you'll learn over time. And I think that's all pretty cool. But like overall, everything's kind of like cutesy and wholesome. Because you don't need to engage with all the post-apocalypse stuff for the most part. It's neat. Also, to gather materials, you have to like go mining yourself, or you'll explore ruins sometimes and have to fight mutants yourself. So there is combat. Combat's not very good, sad to say. You have like a dodge button, there's a stamina system, like temporary stamina for dodging, and then like actual stamina for being able to do literally anything. That'll increase when you level up. There is like a small skill tree. You gain experience for literally everything you do, so it adds up. You feel like you're leveling pretty rapidly, and then it slows down pretty hard later on.
Inspired by reverence. But as for coarse jests and idle words, or words that move to laughter,
please eat something.
Everywhere with a perpetual ban. And for such conversation, we do not permit a disciple. The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on the abbot. Therefore, when anyone receives the name of abbot,
when you attack, you just you swing your weapon, you get locked into a very stiff feeling auto combo. Do some fat damage. The animations on them technically aren't bad, but again, they feel kind of stiff. Like you can't dodge out of anything, or they're like a little too slow, or they don't have reliable hitboxes. Sometimes depending on what weapon you use, the animation will even be too extravagant. Like, one of the best weapons you can get comes from the end. It's a sword that has like a 3-hit combo with every time you hit the button. And those 3 hits combo into like a 4-hit string of those. And it doesn't feel great. I'd rather it just be one big swing. Like chunky attacks. But, you know, there are lots of other weapons. Like, you know, there's swords, there's axes, there's hammers, there's guns, there's boxing gloves. You can even fight freaking barehanded, because everybody knows Kung Fu, I guess. The mining's kind of cool in that it's like Red Faction. Like, you can dig holes into the ground and like change the shape of the ground, and there are little relics hidden all over the place and materials. So like, if you need to get tempering fluid or something, or lubricant, you'll have to find that just lying around in the ground while you're mining. You won't be able to buy it anywhere else because nobody knows how to make it. But then, like, with the digging itself, you hit the ground, and then you'll find ground that's different colors. Like, you'll see something kind of looks like iron, and you'll get iron out of it. Or you see, like, something that's green, and you'll get, like, tungsten or something. So that's pretty cool. You have a jetpack too, so you don't have to worry about just digging straight down or whatever. And you can always teleport to the entrance or something bad to happen anyways. Outside, you can pay a small fee to, like, reshuffle everything, make it procedurally regenerate. And there are multiple rooms to go into for finding different materials, different sets of artifacts that you can reassemble and put in the museum. Or in your yard. There's lots of shit to put in your house and your yard. And with the artifacts specifically, people will come by and check them out, and that'll increase your relationship level with them. There's kind of a lot of ways to do that, so the relationship gauges all fill up rather slow. Because this game has like an actual dating system. You can hang out with people and play mini games with them. Or you can talk to them. Maybe you don't know what kind of gifts to get them. Like every other game, you don't just have to do it at random. You take them on a date and you say, hey, what kind of gifts do you like? They go, oh, I love ice cream. They're like, great, I will go cook you some ice cream. My mixing bowl that I use to make fertilizer. Where is Solarius?
Brother, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be working somewhere?
I was feeling a bit queasy.
Really? Fine then. This time I will forgive you.
Alright, I'm supposed to be in here. Oh, that's pretty cool. I should also mention that the characters are all voice acted and that the game's in 3D, so like, there's a bit of a weird feeling quality disconnect.
What is it, brother?
I'm pretty sure all the voice actors are Kickstarter backers, and they were not flown out to China. I believe the developer is Chinese. They were not flown out there to work in the same studio. You just got everybody recording from their desk at home, literally phoning it in. Some sound good, some sound bad. And, you know, just overall, they all feel very unprofessional. But in a way, that's okay, because you're talking to normal people. You don't expect any good acting, necessarily.
I'm here to work.
Excellent. I've been waiting for you. There's the alchemist's laboratory. You'll find ingredients in the chests next to it. I want you to prepare 2 marigold decoctions. Once you finish them, you'll find me somewhere nearby. Don't forget to let me know when you're done so I can check them.
Okay. Um, 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 uh. So the 3D art is like okay. Again, everything's just very cutesy. It looks fine, but the game itself doesn't run crazy well. Maybe because of all the grass. Like maybe there's some optimization issue with that. And especially when you hit stuff in combat, there's like things get kind of laggy. I don't know if that's just like really shitty feeling hit stop or what, but like I have never felt good in combat.
Salve, be well.
Uh, Nettle, Marigold, Aqua. Crap. Again, things are like a bit stylistically strange. Like your house, you start out with a little wood shack and it has holes in it. You actually can't get a full night's sleep until you've repaired it yourself, which I think is cool because it like teaches you in a tutorial sense that you gotta invest your resources into stuff yourself outside of what jobs you're taking. You need metals, right? But after that, you go to the construction company, go get upgrades for your house, and the second one you get is freaking massive. It has like a balcony, a second floor, a little weird looking garage thing. But all it does is add a little second room to your interior, and there's no upper floor on the interior. The level 3 adds a third room. It gets even taller, but still no upper floor. And you get like a windmill and shit. Like your house just gets massive. It looks crazy, and the inside does not match. You do get that second floor, but the final upgrade though. And you also need to upgrade to like level 3 or something before you're able to get married and have children. The ability to have a baby is really cool. I don't think it grows up from being a baby. However, I did back the sequel, My Time at Sandrock, which is in early access right now. Like, it can be played. And they did at least put it in a system to make him grow into a kid. And I think one of the stretch goals was to make him get older. I don't know if they reached that, but, it might come eventually if the sales are good. So that'll be really awesome to see. Water nettles, 2 marigolds. Drop the nettle in the water, cook for a turn. Leave it to cool. Drop the marigold, but don't boil it. Okay, that's easy. Just nettle in water, boil, then marigolds. Cool. At the dish. Or marigold. Put that in the dish. Pick this up. Then we finish it. Right, how do I, how do I finish? File. Apparently I brewed a couple when I did that, but, oh, you know, whatever, we'll make 2 anyways. What was I saying? Star Cell, weird. Alright, it's weird. I like it conceptually, I just wish that things matched up sometimes. Like, there's that whole city out there that's ruined and, like, you can't really explore it. You only get your small little town. But what's really cool about being the builder is that, like, the story Oops. The story unfolds as you are making improvements. Like, the mayor is trying to rapidly expand the town and turn it into a tourist place. So first he has you build a bridge to a nearby island, and then there's a cave, and when Halloween rolls around, he'll have you build a bunch of decorations to turn it into, like, a haunted funhouse cave. But first you'll have explored it for something like, I think there's thieves in there or something. Eventually you build another bridge to, like, the desert, you build a lift to go up to the highlands. The biggest bridge to get into the swamplands. There's more than bridges. You build, like, a hot springs, hot air balloons, you set up an aqueduct system.
I finished my work.
Show me what you've made. Spectacular, Gregor. You've found your talent. Soon enough, you'll be teaching the... Praise be...
And then, you know, other cool stuff happens along the way, too. Like, new people move into the town, sometimes in response to these attractions that you've built, and they'll have quests for you sometimes, or, like, they'll be doing other stuff. They might have you build your own attractions for them. There's one guy just moved in, I had to build him a house out in the swamp. There was a part where, like, a satellite crashed, you go investigate, and you find a robot, like a sentient AI, and you have to, like, go craft him a new body, and then he helps you out at the farm. There's a couple other robots you get, they all help out around the town. But the Church of Light actually doesn't like AIs because they destroyed the world, right? And they're still actively, like, evil AIs out in the not cleansed areas. So there's, like, a bit of tension with them and the research center throughout the story as well. As is tradition, the story only lasts about 2 years before your dad shows up and judges you. Apparently, your dad was the old builder of this town. He left you his workshop, but this guy, like, left you when you were just a few years old. Your mom died and he just left to go become an explorer. He didn't want to take care of you, which is kind of fucked up. When he shows up, you're like, fuck you. Yeah, this workshop's awesome, I love this town, but you are awful, and he knows it. It's actually kind of funny. But there's still, like, plenty of stuff to do after the story ends, that's the end sequence when your dad finally shows up. It's not even the most climatic point of the story, it just happened out of nowhere. I thought I was done with the story before then. But you get credits. It goes through your whole scrapbook. It shows, like, how long it took you to do everything, how many jobs you did, whatever, how many friends you made. Nice trip down memory lane for the end, perfect for this kind of game. You get a lot of automation stuff. Aside from improving the house, you can build like a stable or a factory that instead of having to refuel all your workstations yourself, you can just put it all into one generator and then like queue things up from a list instead of going through all of them. You just got to all sit in one room and it's automatically done. Even the assembly station where you put your parts together for larger things, that can be automated eventually with a robot arm. Put all the shit together for you. I mentioned the museum. That's actually something that you build. So you can put like rare fish that you catch in there, or like some of the bigger constructions you make, or any of the relics you dig up and reassemble. That can all go in there, and then people can go there and check them out and improve your relationship as well. But that's like a really satisfying thing to do for a completionist. Sadly, there's not like a good comprehensive list of what needs to go into it. You just gotta keep track of that yourself. But you do get some rewards for turning items in, which is nice. The fishing, overly simplistic. You just hold the button, keep the cursor on the fish, and it's a good way to make money. There's a fluctuating economy, so like you wait for it to be up 150%, you sell all your fish, and then the economy crashes down to like 50% for the rest of the month. A neat feature, I suppose. I'm stuck in here for a while. I could wait, but we could also keep talking. So I did mention the dating system, and while I think it's cool, the minigames themselves are like kind of clunky feeling, maybe underbaked, not very fun. So I found myself not doing that too much. I just went for the classic talk to everyone and throw random gifts at them occasionally. And that did not get me married in time for Dad to be proud. So my character is currently still single, but I'm also currently still playing the game. You actually have to get a special item to ask someone out, and like a wedding ring, obviously, to marry them later. But like, I have someone at like 7 out of 10 stars, and they still don't want to say yes. I'm pretty butthurt about it. Like, that's really high for just dating when there's like another stage. You don't just jump right to marriage like other games. Come on. There is a character creator. You can be a boy or a girl. I don't know if that affects the sexuality of characters, but that's nothing I had to worry about. I will say, though, that you were stuck playing like a little kid or a manlet the whole time. You don't look like you're too old, kind of young. So I think that you're technically like 20-ish. But there are other characters in the town that all have unique models. They're not just thrown together in the character creator. So, like, they look older than you. Which makes things a bit creepy, especially if you're playing a girl. Because most of the men look older. They're very tall, they got beards and stuff. Again, things are just very unique in how the whole town evolves and how you are directly responsible for all that happening. Like, there's new characters constantly moving in. Maybe you didn't necessarily love any of the one who was there originally, and then like your dream girl shows up later on. Or maybe just like you'll do a quest for them to help develop with the local industries, and maybe that'll be enough to make you like these people when their random dialogues aren't enough for you. Like it kind of everybody's got their own thing going on, right? It helps you get to know them better, which I thought was really good. You do go into the dungeons a lot for the story. After you do them, though, they usually get unlocked later. You can dive into them for rare materials or unique materials later on. Or you can send a Civil Corps in there to do it themselves. You can just pay them. But after you beat everything, there is like a final endless dungeon for you to go into. I don't think it's endless. It's got like 200 floors, but it's just like a bunch of random bullshit. Not crazy fun TBH, but that is there if you do somehow like the combat. And somehow I still engage with it a lot. Again, it just doesn't feel good. It's not that I don't like most of the systems they have in place. The holidays, they all exist. They usually got minigames associated with them. One of them's like a martial arts tournament where you beat the shit out of everyone in town. It's pretty cool. Those minigames are a bit more well-made, I suppose. And they're fun. Make you feel like a part of the community when you donate Christmas gifts and they fall out of the balloon. Everybody's got to pick them up. And participating is a good way to get relationship points with everyone in the town as well. It's good. Brother Solarius be down here. I don't know where to find this guy. I don't want the food I stole to rot. I enjoyed doing all the activities. Like the mining was cool. I like chopping down trees. I like how I eventually get a chainsaw and I don't have to keep mashing the attack button. I can just hold it and it goes down real quick.
Talk to me, brother. I'm here to work.
Good. This is most likely the first time you've ever done this in your life. But it's easier than you think. Just a bit of practice and learning Latin. Here's the original, and here are the blank parchments on which you'll copy what you read in the original. Is that clear? Then you may begin, and try not to make a mess of it.
Right, and there's stuff that does that for you too. Like you upgrade the tree farm and you can get shipments of wood that you pay for. Like just pay a subscription. And there's like a mine you build eventually too. They give you ores shipped to your home. You don't want to do all that yourself. I can't read any of this. I think that says Dicta panem manum muri orimo. It's Orano, so we're going with that. Oh boy, this is impossible. Okay, I see a day, I think. Day omnibus. Day omnibus. I think it's this bottom one, probably. I
Salve Domine.
Bro, I have no fucking clue. What are we talking about? If I have anything to say about the game overall, it's just that there's, a mixed bag of quality, but like overall super ambitious. And I respect so much of what they've done. I think that maybe if you didn't have the voice acting, things would maybe feel a bit more polished, honestly. But it doesn't mean I hate all of it. Like, some of it's alright, again.
Good work.
I don't know, man. It's just a lot, okay? I felt like really attached to the community. I felt that I made the place my home since that I developed everything myself. I made the improvements. I interacted with all the characters who had quests for me. Every day you can go to the Commerce Guild and pick up jobs that'll, people need stuff and they'll have it like thematically set up for them. Like Mars will want toolbox. He runs like the hardware store. Or Miss Lucy will want you to build some bookshelves and say they're for the school. Or maybe May wants a couple photo albums because she's the photographer for the newspaper. And you get paid for those. And on the weekends, you can do guild inspections where you play this shitty mini game where you like look over 3D models and they'll have effects on them. Like, you'll see that one part's bigger than it should be compared to the original, or you'll see there's a decal stuck on it, like a little burn mark or something, or the normal map will be fucked up and you'll see there's like a big bulge inward or outward from a certain angle. I say it's a shitty mini game because sometimes they're just way too hard to see what's actually wrong, and it becomes incredibly frustrating. You get rewards for that, and sometimes you earn like good accessories, like the fountain pen you get from it. You like a 10% crit chance. Free fire. One of the best crit chance items you can get. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of the game that you can shit on, but I overall loved my whole experience with it, and I'm still playing it, and I said that I backed the sequel. I haven't played that at all, because, you know, there's just more for me to do in Portia. I don't want to leave just yet. So, you know, I have no problem waiting for Sandrock to come out of early access. And, let's see, I believe that the game is on both Nintendo Switch and even iOS, or probably even the Google's Play Store. I know there's a mobile version at least. So, like, I think that these things are probably perfect to be playing on your phone. Little bite-sized things. A day only lasts like 10 minutes. Like, you take a shit, get a day done. No biggie.
Forbidden books.
And yeah, I just think it's maybe one of the best of that type of game I have played. Would I recommend it over Stardew Valley? Quite possibly, because I've farmed how many times before. And, you know, this has got a lot of more unique ideas than Stardew Valley, which just does a lot of old things, but it does them well enough. Neither one have particularly great combat, but, you know, there's just so many things you can do aside from farming or combat or fishing that, you know, you don't mind that everything is maybe a little lower quality. They tried to do so much. Also, while we're talking about the sequel, what I've seen of it looks great so far. The art style has been made a little less cutesy, looks better with graphics overall. I see there's a lot of quality of life features, like time pauses when you're indoors, so you can actually enjoy your home while you're decorating it. And there's like terraforming to be done since the game takes place in a desert, which is going to be really cool. There's like guns, like third-person shooting. It looks like the combat's been massively improved. They got rid of like the crazy auto combo system in favor of like a more light and heavy thing. Like, it looks really cool. And your character isn't a manlet child thing. Like, you're a tall boy.
Forbidden books.
It's 14. Yeah, afternoon worship at 4, so like 2 more hours. Yeah, I don't know how I'd rate it. Again, there's just so much to shit on, but so much to love. And I feel like I can't give it an objective quality number considering that it's such a mixed bag on that front. But in terms of my overall enjoyment, I absolutely loved it, so we're gonna throw it like an 8, maybe. There he is, finally.
What would you like?
And buy like 5 lockpicks to start. We'll see. Probably keep the wine. Only buy one with that? Are you kidding me? Oh. Okay.
Let's talk about the...
Well, we...
What do you say?
A nice sum. Aye, that...
Okay, I got a single lockpick. That one probably goes outside. Penis candle. It's time for prayers. Oh, that's the way out. I was trying to find the abbot's room. Uh... Hmm. What? We also played Solar Ash, which I've been waiting to play for a long time. I think it was maybe an Epic Store exclusive for a while. I don't use the Epic Store. We've talked about that before.
I'm a new brother, a novice, Gregor. I don't know my way around here yet. You're in charge of the whole monastery, aren't you?
Welcome amongst us. Yes, yes. The Lord wanted me to take over the abbot's duties in his absence, but mainly I'm a servant of God, just like you and all the other brethren. Before God, there's no difference between us. How do you like it here?
It's okay.
It's wonderful here.
I'm glad to hear it. May your enthusiasm last.
I've heard you keep records of all the novices.
Yes, I do. Personal records detailing their past lives which are none of your business. Just as it's no one else's business that you deflowered your liege lord's daughter.
Oh, just announce it to everyone, including God, why don't you? Okay, so, Solar Ash. Basically, it's a platformer. You play like a skatey boy in space, and you do like, you move on rounded surfaces, with, like changing gravity, like Super Mario Galaxy or something. And I heard it had some great platforming bosses. I didn't know much about it aside from that, though.
From Easter until the calends of
Cool
October.
place to eat.
Come out from prime in the morning, let them labor at whatever is necessary until about the 4th.
So,
From the 4th until about the 6th.
I mean, the movement feels great. You hold the left trigger to skate, or you can move a little slower if you don't do that, but you should basically always be skating. Their momentum is like completely uncapped, so you know if you move optimally, there's like speedrun tech and stuff. You can make yourself go crazy fast. You can skip jumps by just moving super fast and skating over something at high speed. The actual speedrun techs have someone like do some triple jump glitch thing they can pull off, I guess, and they like jump over a wall and skip the entire opening of the game. Pretty cool. You have an attack, which is just like a quick little round thing. You don't have to aim at all. And there aren't too many enemies. They're mostly just there to be obstacles, like watch out, or you'll hit this guy and then you'll take contact damage, or this guy shoots at you, so serpentine movement. They're not a big deal, but whatever. The combat's nothing. You do some extra exploring while you play to do like 2 or 3 side quests that exist, and you'll also dig up caches from other Void Runners, like yourself, which will give you new costumes, which all have unique effects. And if you do like a completionist route, you'll get a costume that combines all the effects eventually.
Weak or sickly brethren should be assigned a task or craft of such a nature as to keep them from idleness and at the same time not to overburden them or drive them away with excessive toil. Their weakness must be taken into consideration by the
the
abbot.
prior doesn't check everyone's breath in the morning. Then he'd soon get his man.
Yeah, like, the combat's nothing, and most of these upgrades are kind of combat-centric, which sucks. They're like little blobs of blood you can collect all over the place, and you can use that to upgrade your health bar.
Brother, what are you doing?
I had other
Really? This time I'll look the other way.
But again, because the combat's done nothing, upgrading your health bar doesn't really feel like anything, but you do have to do it, because every time you complete one of the major objectives, you, like, get crushed by this big lady. You meet her in the first cutscene, really. And she, like, takes down a chunk of your health permanently. You have to upgrade to get it back. That's basically the only reason to do it, just to have more than a single hit before you die. But there's nothing else to spend it on, which is kind of lame. I should have mentioned this game's made by Heart Machine, who did Hyperlight Drifter. So again, we have like a kind of weird story that like makes a little more sense when you understand the what's up with the developer, how they got like a weird heart condition. They're dying and they got like a mechanical heart or whatever heart machine, you know. Hyperlight Drifter's story is kind of incoherent, but like at least when you know that much, it makes some things about it make sense. And similar things can be said about Solar Ash's story. However, the art style with all the neon MS Paint, like that's all there. Except this one's 3D, so it's not literally made in MS Paint, but it still maintains the style very much like Risk of Rain did when they went 3D. And yeah, I think it looks beautiful. Also, the music is like kind of spooky, kind of spacey. I love it. And yeah, really, you just skate around these big open areas, look for collectibles, which there aren't too many of, but you know, what you're doing. And you find these eyeballs that you gotta poke, and they will eventually wake up a big monster, and then comes the boss fights. That's part of the game, but they're also kind of frustrating because you know, they're just frustrating. The game has difficulty levels, and by picking one of the hard difficulties, the timing windows for everything shrinks. And that means that I played on second hardest, and there's a level above what I played on, but I felt like I had to be freaking near perfect. Means if I wanted to go harder, I'd have to become like a master of movement, learn speedrun techs. And that's kind of frustrating. But I don't know, if you played on normal, probably fine. And basically what you got is Shadow of the Colossus, but better. Because you get to move on them. You're not just doing some boring ass climbing, hold forward, then hold on when he shakes. No, you're skating up and along this monster's body. You're avoiding touching the hot lava. You're doing jumps and flips to hit these weak points until you get to the eyeball at the end of them. And you do it a few times with different tracks every time you climb on them. You have like a slow down time move that lets you point zip to certain targets, which you'll have to use sometimes.
Check everyone's breath in the morning. Then he'd soon get his. Someone really reeked at Matins.
You're right. It stunk like a wine barrel in there. And it's not the first time.
It's a mystery, but one that will soon be solved. It's a wonder the prior doesn't check everyone's breath. He'd soon get his man.
So yeah, those were cool, but again, the timing windows are just a little too tight for me. I could have played on easier difficulties, so it's hard to say if there's anything bad about that. You know, I don't think there's much else to say. The game is very simple. Like, you don't get any upgrades for your character. You don't unlock new moves. You just skate, you move fast, you learn how to move fast better, and you jump over things. There's the occasional enemy that you just, like, don't really fight. You just skate past and ruin their life real quick. And the bosses, yeah, I mean, I don't think they're, like, the best bosses I've ever fought, but they're fine, okay? They're fine. Did I enjoy it more than Pray for the Gods? Absolutely. That's our substitute for Shadow of the Colossus, of course. But, yeah. Thought that was pretty good. It was fun, but a little short. And, you know, I wish that there was more progression to it. I wish the story was more coherent. But it was really pretty, the music was great, and the movement was fun for what it was.
What is that? And where did you get it? What is that?
Are you sure that belongs here?
What is that? What is that?
What is that?
Where did you get it?
And where did you get it?
Up.
Are you
Are you sure that belongs?
Where did you? Are you sure
What is
that
that?
belongs here?
And where?
Dude, where's the abbot's room at? So, rating, I don't know, man. It wasn't quite what I expected. I was honestly a little let down overall, but it was still pretty good. So, like, in terms of it just being a fun thing to play around in, that gives it the baseline 5. And, like, the story... incoherent, alright? Like, it's more than what you get from Dark Souls, but, like, still not good. So, I don't know. I'll give that, like, half credit, 1 point. Music, amazing. Probably download that soundtrack. Or buy it, whatever. Get the digital deluxe edition.
What do
So,
you desire?
I'll give that a point. And, art style makes me happy, makes my brain go smooth.
Salve, be well.
About those keys.
Did you get them? Key?
Yes, I have them.
In that case, come before midnight to the cloister garden. I'll be waiting for you there. Praise be to our Lord Jesus.
Yeah. I guess that seems about right. I'll give it a 7. It has nothing to do with quality. It's just like what's not there, I suppose. That's the point of contention.
I tell you, something is going to happen out there.
You might be wrong. And besides, God will be up with us.
We played one more game. Spider-Man Miles Morales. I don't remember what I rated the previous Spider-Man. I think I just said it was okay. It was like aggressively okay. It was fun, but I didn't enjoy the combat quite as much as an Arkham game, though it did have a different feel to it, which I can respect. And like, you know, I kind of just consumed it. There was shit all over the map. I did the shit, and then I did the story. And, you know, I felt like I was following markers more than, you know, playing hero. The story was cool, though. I liked that part. And, you know, there were lots of villains in the game. It was all really cool. And this is a follow-up, like a midpoint between this next game and the previous one, right? So, it's significantly shorter. You only get one villain arc. Play Miles instead of Peter, who gets introduced somewhere later in the story. Kind of a spoiler of the game's existing, but so Miles has electric powers, which you get in the first mission. They manifest in a few different ways, like a AoE slam, a punch, a zappy move to you kind of move, a jump and pick everyone up around you kind of thing. And those are all pretty awesome. I love having them. However, it means that, assuming we're going to play Peter again in the next game, he's got to have something new, because Miles is just him, but with electric powers, right? So, I'm assuming that he's going to get the symbiotes, too, which have been teased in the post-credits scene. Oh, which I think can be a cool dynamic, right? I liked Web of Shadows. You have to pick between the normal and the black suit, and the black suit was like better for melee combat.
Ah, Gregor, talk to me.
Here I am.
Just in time to manage it all. Once we're outside, we'll need to be careful, and we'll need to be quick. If we're not back before sunrise, someone will realize we've gone, and there'll be hell to pay.
Where exactly are we going for the wine?
Next to the monastery is the house of the custodian, a baron who provides military protection to the monastery. We'll take the wine from him.
How do we do that once we're there? Will we need to break into the custodian's cellar?
We needn't break in anywhere. It's on the ground floor and usually unlocked. It holds supplies for the whole craftsman's yard, and every now and again, someone comes in to fetch something. The only thing we have to make sure is that nobody sees us.
Alright.
What particular wine?
They want some Znimo wine. But there's no way we'll be able to tell what's what. We'll just grab a cask and head off. I doubt the custodian would have anything of poor quality in his cellar.
The brothers will complain.
They'll complain even more if they've nothing to drink at all.
I'm ready.
All right. You have the outside keys, so get unlocking.
Yeah, it's literally like the same game. You just got a few new powers, and that's all there is to it. Miles is definitely a lot more of a dork than Peter was. Peter's like all funny, he does his comic book quips constantly.
What is that? And where did you get it?
And Miles is just like a fucking turbo nerd. He's new to the thing. Dealing with his literal mom all the time. I don't know. He is not cool, alright? And maybe that's exactly what you want. Maybe you thought that Peter felt too cool.
Who's there? Who are you?
You must be up to no good, sneaking around in the dark. Light a torch before the catchpoles see you.
I'll just say I'm not like a crazy fan of him. He does have cool costumes, though. You know, that's still fun, looking at all the costumes. I'm looking around the city for all the little Easter eggs they've got hidden around. But it's really gonna be a short talk because, again, all you got is some new powers, and like the game's kind of short, which is a bit disappointing. Though it was honestly a bit longer than I thought it was, but that's like with me doing all the side content, you know? Which is like AR training. You don't even do anything too interesting with that.
A monk's got no business out here. What happened to your vows? A monk's got no business out here. What happened to your...
You've no business here. Clear off.
Aren't you meant to be in the monastery?
However... How am I going, man? Thought this is where he wanted me to go. Way. I see. Very weird. Let's see, the story itself felt kind of generic, honestly. Like, this felt like a very normal Spider-Man story, which, you know, it's in an early stage of his career. Except, you know, you're not Peter, you're Miles, so things are slightly different, but, like, it all felt very by the numbers for him, and, you know, we've got, like, 3 or 4 Spider-Man reboots, and you've got the couple shows that are all doing the same thing. Like, I've seen Peter Parker's origin how many times already? And you see this is more or less the same thing. It's like, everything feels a little generic. In that sense, I don't know, the game was still fine. It was, like, equally as okay. I liked the new powers, though when it came to the boss fights...
You and your novices, you old pervert. A toast to our future abbot.
It just felt like I was dodging attacks until I was able to do an electric punch or something.
What troubles you?
That was the entire thing.
Brother Circator, my friend.
Brother. What would you like? To be relieved?
No, I'm here because of Novice Lucas. I've heard there's some discord with him.
Only because that weasel wants to put an end to our nighttime fun. So we're letting him know who's in charge here.
I'd appreciate it if you treat him like a brother again.
If he isn't afraid of us, there's nothing to stop him ratting us out. But what do you care anyway?
He hates you because you trample all over him and he has nothing to lose. If you show him just a bit of kindness, he'll think again about taking you on. You'll see.
Fine. You've convinced me. You can tell him things have been straightened out. But he'd better be on his best behavior from now on. Beware of Lucas. He might corrupt you.
What do you mean?
He's a sodomite, a sinner. He might try to get you into the habit. Or out of it.
What, he's gay? He fucks butts? Is that what he's been hiding this whole time?
I didn't know that. Thanks for the warning.
Down the hatch.
Every gulp of...
Okay, well, what was I talking about?
With our throats going dry all day.
Next time we'll get the honor to bring some rye.
Nothing, because there ain't much left to talk about. There's just nothing to say. The game has, like, more of a hip-hoppy feel to it. Like, there's the music comes on occasionally, very occasionally, for, like, story moments. And, like, there's, like, some drum and bass in the background of combat music. It's, like, a little touch to, like, you know, you're playing a different character. In terms of acting, I think Miles is, like, acting way too happy for someone who just lost his dad and who continues to lose a few more people in the course of the game. Don't worry, his mom's fine, but you know what I'm trying to say. He's just, like, way too happy considering the state of affairs. Moved and his whole life went to shit. I think this is the abbot's room up here. Was something I wanted to say still, I just can't remember it. Right. So I thought that the first one was like a really easy completionist thing to do. Oh! 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 With how, you know, everything was just on the map, you did it so easily. You know, there was no issue getting any of that done. However, this time, they attached achievements to New Game Plus, and that kind of pissed me off, because now I have to play the game again. If I want the platinum. Otherwise, I did everything else. I'm just really fucking salty about it. They even locked gadget upgrades and parts of the skill tree behind starting New Game Plus. There's even a single costume you have to wait to get. And they aren't even free once you enter New Game Plus. You have to do some grinding to get them. Like, you have to redo side content. You can't just skip through all that. You need the activity tokens to pay for them. Yeah, a little pissed about that.
That's it. The book with information about the novices.
Siskin. Yadux, by Fast, you prove the right true model. Allegiance is for fame, and devil flowered her. He raped someone, okay. Antonius, son of wealthy merchant, yeah. His humble true candidate, or Saint Benedict. Holy obedience to soul plays under the law deserving and punishment for his inclination of sodomite for his family had in place. Best hour, he must be observed with cautious eye. Regards to his contact with other young novices. The other two brothers were to lay together. Yeah, so he's just gay. Triggers me. Eating his hands to business language, having come to an amicable agreement with the brothers, send them to follow path. They were in one. Must be said that his manner raises doubt about his claims. I shall have to send an inquiry to Father to determine if he is indeed known in that part of the land. Is Antonius pious? Trusted him. That guy's a rapist. This guy, he's the son, like he said. He doesn't like talking about his past, but it's fine. Lucas is gay. So he keeps to himself because he doesn't want to make out with anyone, as if he can't keep his dick in his pants like everyone else here does.
Interesting. But I still don't know which one of them is pious.
Sounds like Antonius. Jotted notes. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, J. Remember to send the gate of faith between the shadow of the cathedral and the wooden stockade. Pass continues through the dry riverbed beneath the great bridge, like Moses. I see still the waters ascend to the land among the bushes. Find your faith in search of the burning bush. Sounds like a treasure map. So yeah, I'm pretty salty about the New Game Plus stuff. I'm doing it because it's not that long, but, you know, it pisses me off a little bit, considering that I have gotten the Platinum Trophy in almost every other PS4 game I've bothered to play.
Oh, you frightened me. Why aren't you in the dormitory?
Because I'm a thug! Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's anything worth docking a point for, because I'm doing stuff that no one else really bothers to. But I don't know. I might dock a decimal point off. But I don't do decimals. I don't know. I guess I'll rate it like literally whatever I gave the old one. It's what, probably a 7 and 8. Are they as good as the Batman games? No. But I do like being Spooderman. And the story was fun. If a bit generic this time. I guess that's all we've got for games. Close to finishing something else. So we should have something to talk about next week. Have I gone out too far? Am I even gonna find any of the pages out here? Probably not, man. Right, so the first half of the anime season wrapped up, and that means that a lot of shows ended. I'm not entirely sure what is like completely closed up and what is still ongoing. I have to wait like another week or so to figure that out. However, I know Mob Psycho 100 is definitely over. In fact, it is the most over it could be. They've caught up to the manga, and the manga is finished, I think. So, yeah, Season 3. Pretty good. You've got even crazier fights, like they did the Dragon Ball escalation shit just went way harder. However, there weren't too many of them. It was really more focused on the characters this time. A lot of resolving all the loose ends, tying up the plot lines, preparing for us to leave Gale alone for the rest of forever before they overdo the show and make it bad. I think we got a pretty solid resolution to everything. You know, our boy didn't get everything that he wanted, but he did grow as a person, and that's been the whole point, you know? Not abusing his powers to be cool or whatever. And, you know, everybody, like, you know, I'd spoil too much, but, like, everybody has redeemed themselves, let's say. Very happy ending for literally everyone he's ever met. All the guys who were bad guys, they're, like, either in jail or they've turned their lives around. That kind of thing. I don't know. I'm used to shows having really shitty endings, and this one was like, it wasn't hype, but it was good, you know, it was wholesome, it was solid. I'm happy with the way everything wrapped up. I just wish that it was more action-y. But again, action was never really the point of the show, and it's fine. Yeah, solid watch. Definitely recommend the series as a whole. Maybe one of the most perfect things they've ever put together. Is it better than Code Geass? Probably not, but, you know, it is up there. And you see, Code Geass is a thing that, like, if it ended where it ended, that would have been good. But then they, like, tried to keep the franchise alive, like, spin-off series, and those aren't very good. And there's even a couple movies, one of which undoes the ending, basically, and that really pissed me off. So, like, you know, if they're going to end it here, then fine, I'm okay with that. Just don't unbury the show. Maybe give it a little shout to Shigeo in One Punch Man or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. The whole show is all just like wrapping up plot lines, right? Or the whole season, I mean. So it's almost impossible to talk about anything because it's all spoilers. Like, it's literally just the ending to every story that the show's ever touched. So, you know, I'll just say good. Please watch. And the other show I finished wasn't from this season, so that makes it easier. It's called BNA from Studio Trigger. Really pretty. It's got nice color palette, very different looking, not an anime art style at all. It's about furries, I guess, like people who turn into animals. And I don't know, humans don't like the furries, right? Because they act like animals. They're more savage. They cause problems. So the animal people all move to a city. They're like weird animals, I guess. They all move to a city where they all congregate, and they have different rules there. Things are, again, very savage. They just kick the shit out of each other when shit goes down. And our protagonist got, like, infected with a disease that turned them into one of these beast people, though they grew up at being a normal-ass human. So they went to the city to figure out how to cure themselves. And they get involved with Batman, the Silver Wolf fella. He is very literally Batman, and he is pretty cool. He's also an asshole, but you know what? That's Batman. So yeah, you get some cool action. You get this neat-ish world. It's definitely not like porny furries or anything. Nobody is sexualized. You might find the protagonist slightly annoying, but like, no, I mean, that's just it. She's a total fucking hypocrite. I found her a little annoying. But, you know, she's good with herself by the end, you know? She just needs to air some shit out over the course of the show. But, like, she's fine overall, I suppose. But her opinions and thoughts, like, flip-flop all over the place. It's really annoying. You have some great action scenes. We got a story that wrapped itself up nicely. Things slowly escalated to the big riot at the end, very much like fucking Batman thing. Yeah. Again, it's really hard to talk about shows without spoiling things, so that one's also gonna be short, but I'm gonna say I liked it. And the artwork is just really great. I can't stress that enough. It's like very fluid looking animation. Man, I don't think I'm gonna find all these pages. Opening every container in this building, hoping there'll be a page in some of them. That one. 7 out of 10. Is it really time to wake up? Lucas will pay me.
I spoke to the cicadas about how they've been treating you.
Really? Did you manage to convince them to leave me alone?
But you have to promise not to tell anyone what you saw them doing. Then they'll leave you alone.
That's a promise I'd be glad to make. I'm forever in your debt, brother. Because now I know I can trust you, there's something I want to tell you. It's about Brother Antonius.
My prime suspect.
To say something that isn't true. God forbid I should cause harm by my words, but this is something I'm sure of. Novice Antonius is lying to us.
What makes you say that?
He claims he's a merchant's son from Vlashim, and that he joined the order voluntarily. The thing is, I spent a great deal of time in Vlashim. I know it like the back of my hand, and no one even remotely like Antonius has ever lived there.
Are you sure? Because this could mean that...
It's true, or Canute isn't my name. That would be my secular name, by the way, but that's not important. I know Vlashim, and I know the local merchants there, and I've never seen Antonius among them. Why would he be lying if he had nothing to hide?
Thank you for telling me. I'll look into it.
I know it! No, I didn't. I trusted him. That's probably why he was so helpful. He wanted to blend in, he wanted everybody to like him.
What's the meaning of this? You've been possessed by an evil spirit.
No. Gotta be something in this, it's hard.
What do we have here? A nice sharp dagger. Now what would a monk need that for?
Alright, where's Antonius?
Ah, Gregor.
I found a dagger in your stash.
And why shouldn't you have? I did hide it there after all. Do you often go through other people's belongings?
Suspects.
Only when necessary.
And was it necessary? Are you looking for someone or something? Maybe if you tried just asking, you'd have better luck. That dagger's the only thing I have left of my father. It was in our old shop under the counter. Father kept it there to protect himself from thieves.
Well, it ain't working,
When I
is
was
it?
little, I admired that dagger so much. I asked Father if he'd give it to me when I was older. He always said yes, but only after he was dead.
Eh.
Go on, please.
Now Father's dead and I'm here. That piece of steel is the only thing I have left from the outside world. I know it's not suitable for a monk, but I can't part with it. Now you can give it back to me. Thou shalt not steal.
Nah.
I'd rather keep it. It might come in handy.
But you can't. It's not yours. So you're nothing but a common thief. I hope your conscience will get the better of you one day and you'll return it.
I've heard you're from Vlashim.
Yes, why do you ask? And more importantly, where did you hear it? Since I'm quite sure I've never told you. Honestly, the monks like to gossip more than old wives at the market.
Because I've heard otherwise. You aren't from Vlashim. You made it all up.
And who told you that?
I've heard you from Vlashim because I've heard otherwise.
Nonsense.
I've heard you're from Vlashim.
Yes, why?
I've read the abbot's book.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because you're a son of a bitch.
That doesn't matter. What matters is the abbot doesn't believe your little fairy tale either.
What's so implausible about it? I've always been more interested in books, so I left my brother the shop and came here to live a good life.
You see, I'm looking for someone in the monastery. Someone who's lied about who he is. And you fit that description perfectly.
But I told you, I've never lied to anyone.
That's funny. I think you're lying to me right now.
Do you think you're entitled to met out justice? Who gave you the right? I'm sorry, but I don't want to have anything more to do with you, Gregor. You're a lunatic, and the prior ought to be warned about you.
Boys?
Please don't tell him anything. It would put my whole mission in jeopardy. And believe me, my cause is just.
Very well, I won't say a word. But you should think twice about what you have in mind.
What?
What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
I need to make a confession.
I'm no priest, but tell me what you've done. It's probably nothing to worry about.
I'm here in the monastery looking for a thief. He had a hand in burning down the Neuhof stud.
You don't say. And who are you to take such an interest?
Someone whose job it is to investigate the case, find the perpetrators, and make sure they get the punishment they deserve.
Punishment? Do you intend to punish them here, in the monastery?
I don't know yet. I'm still just on their trail. Perhaps you could help me find him?
The missing thief? If I knew anything, I'd tell you, but I suppose it must be one of the novices.
You.
I've only recently heard about the Neuhof incident, and all the other brethren have been here much longer than that.
I know. Aside from me, there are only 4 novices, but still, I don't know which one he could be.
3? Please, leave me out of it. And you're right that it could be any one of them. No one knows anything about Lukas. Siskin might be a lot of things, but a monk isn't one of them. And Yodok is a slimy worm. It wouldn't surprise me if he was behind that massacre. Actually, the more I think about it, the less I like that Yodok. He's a treacherous rat who'd do anything to get in someone's good books. The thought of Yodok at Neuhof sends chills up my spine.
I don't think it was him. But please, don't tell a soul what we've been talking about.
Don't fret, my friend. Your secret's a lot...
I know it's you.
I know you're Pious. The man I've been looking for.
So you're finally sure? Tell me, Gregor, or Karl, or whatever your true name is. What do you want to do now?
I don't know. I'm not sure what I should do.
Well, at least you're prepared to think and not just play bloodhound for a pack of nobodies. And I'm glad you have your doubts.
I don't want to be like the people I'm looking for. If I have to kill, it should be for a reason, not because I enjoy it.
You know, we're both pawns in someone else's game. They have plans for us, but we don't have to let them use us. We can just forget all about it and go our own way.
I
was a bandit, and I was at Neuhof. I've robbed and stolen, but I swear to God I've never in my life slain innocent people. What I saw at Neuhof made me realize my life was worth shit, but I still had a chance to change for the better. Here in the monastery I've had plenty of time to think things over.
What was that?
But then you showed up.
Threaten me?
Fucked it all up.
Oh, I
So
see, I
the
see.
evildoer changes his ways and finds God. What exactly are you proposing?
Both of us can leave this place. You can go back to your people, and I can go somewhere where I can live out my life in peace, and no one will try to kill me. If we work together, we can both get what we want.
You're right. But the people who sent me will find out if I don't kill you.
They won't if we're clever about it. No one has to die. Before we make a run for it, we'll make it look like someone's killed me. Loads of blood, a tattered scrap of my habit, and footprints leading towards the river. No one will bother looking for my body there. There we'll split up. You go for your bounty, and I'll get as far away from here as I can.
Good. Let's do it your way.
I'll kill someone else. What an idea.
I'm glad that despite our initial discord, we could reach an agreement. Here, take something to calm your stomach. Now we'll need the keys to the monastery, and some blood to make the tracks.
And where am I supposed to get my hands on blood in a monastery?
You'll find a parchment in the kitchen with a list of ingredients on it. All the things they're ordering. Add blood for making soup to the list. And when it's delivered the next day, take it before anyone notices it's even come.
What are you going to do?
I need to get ready for a long journey. Prepare supplies, get some normal clothing somehow. That sort of thing. You can escape in that habit, but I need to vanish as fast as I can.
What do I need the keys to the monastery for?
How else will we get out? This place is practically a prison.
Do you mean these keys?
What? I'm not going to ask you how you got your hands on those, you devious lad.
Alright, that's everything I need to know. I can get started.
Excellent. Come and see me once you have everything. And try to be as fast as you can. And Gregor, thank you.
Okay, so I need to add blood to the shopping list so then we can get out of here the next day. Where do I find this list? Hello, is this like... There is. I'm not seeing the list though. There it is. Yeah, you'll sing some prayers.
Service.
Yeah, I was right to think this would take the whole session because we were going into a little overtime. However, this is where we want to be, so...
Brother.
Could be worse.
Stealing is a sin. You should know that as a Christian, and certainly as a monk. Even if...
I've had enough of this. You'll never...
You dare resist punishment? Let me remind you...
Yes, brother.
You failed to complete your trial period as a novice. You are hereby banished from the order...
What? I'm pretty upset about that. Come on, dude, why does this menu suck? When I got the list, so then I just need to steal some stuff back. Though it sounds like I'm not gonna get every page of this book, so it doesn't really fucking matter anymore, does it?
Interesting. But I still don't know which one of them is pious.
One had a page in it. The one down the rooms. That's all I could find. I think it was this one. Why does this guy have a personal trunk?
A nice sharp
If we're not
dagger.
supposed to have any
Now,
possessions.
what would a monk need that for?
Leave me be. I want to sleep.
Right, we need to sleep until like 4. Maybe I talk to what's-his-face again. Sodomite. Guy boy.
No.
Gone. Okay, well.
But this very obedience will be acceptable to God and pleasing to men only if what is commanded is done without hesitation. Delay, lukewarmness,
Salve Domini.
grumbling, or objection. For the obedience given to superior.
Work starts at 8 here. I need to find Lucas. Place where we can actually talk.
I spoke. What am I? Thank you.
Game saved there. I didn't save there before. Oh.
Talk to me.
Thought the Trials of Novice quest end was me failing the quest before.
Someone, perhaps I know.
Don't. I know you.
I don't. What? I don't. You're. All right then.
Another senseless death. They know it.
You have to. Oh.
I didn't mean to do that. Okay, let's try that again.
What trouble?
Some, perhaps I know.
Don't. I know.
I don't. I don't. Good. And where?
What do I need?
What are you? All right.
And
okay.
Brother, what are you?
I definitely was there. I did come a little late, so perhaps no.
Really?
Was there?
Brother, stealing is a sin.
Very well, bro.
I still need to look through your pocket. You have a weapon. You failed to complete your trial.
Ah, son of a bitch. Well, I think we can get done what we need to get done. I just need to avoid these guys. And since I should have a save from the first time I completed the quest, I should be able to talk to, what's his face before any bullshit goes down. Run in and out of the kitchen, and we can go hide somewhere for the rest of the day.
What do you desire?
I'd like to ask you... Well, that's...
What do we have here? A nice sharp dagger. Now what would a monk need that for?
What would you like?
So...
I know...
But there... Good. And what...
What do I...
Do you... What are you... All right.
And Gregor?
What do you want? No business. You shouldn't. Novices have no business.
Yeah, I'll just sneak in from the other side, no biggie.
What are you doing here?
In fact, I will hide.
A monk's got no business out
Hide out here. For one whole day. Doing the pee dance in my seat, cause I gotta go. So close to being done here though. Oh, not that door. This door.
God be with you.
Leaving the monastery is one of the gravest violations you can commit. You failed to complete your trial.
Son of a bitch.
You! Stop right where you are! Hey, you! Don't move a muscle!
Leave now, or I'll have someone take
You there!
This
Stop!
is a monastery.
Surrender!
Months.
You'll have to...
Guys, this sucks. So I guess I have to wait through this day, but also not get in trouble for stealing, or if I do, I need to not have a weapon at least.
Praise be.
Someone, perhaps, I... I know. Sit. Good. What do I... What are you... All right.
And Gregor. Praise be to Christ.
I found it. Only... Go on.
No.
Here it is.
Thank you.
Here's your dagger.
Thank you, brother.
Weird. Okay, well, now I don't have the weapons, so even if I get caught for some bullshit, won't be an issue. All I gotta do is get back to work. Say 2 marigolds and a nettle. Probably gonna tell me to do the same thing, right? That's what I'm gonna do. Let's see if I remember it. It's like water. And then put the nettle in. And 2 marigolds once it has cooled. So where is the guy who gives work?
Praise be to...
I'm here to...
Excellent. I've been waiting for you. Today it's your task to concoct 2 potions to aid digestion. Once you finish them...
Ah, he wants me to do a digestion potion. 2 Camille's and a mint. Probably a Camille or something. Yeah. So grind the Camille, drop everything, and boil for a turn. Okay. And it goes into spirits. Mint. Seems easy enough to make at home, don't you think? Could be good. Ooh.
What?
I finished.
Show me what. Spectacular, Gregor. You've found your talent.
Okay, next at noon we go to work in the scriptorium. And from noon to 4, which is at 16, I have to go pray.
Salve Domine.
What do you...
I found a.
Wonderful. Keep it.
I'm here to.
Excellent.
Alright, this sucks. I was trying to read the book before, but there's no way. I'm gonna say et. How are we supposed to believe that any of this is close to what the original text says when you got people who don't know how to read copying things? What if the Bible is like a complete misinterpretation? The original work. And what if the Satanists were the good guys? Oh.
Praise be to Christ.
I'd like to ask...
Oh, that's the monk. His brother Iberian.
You call that a copy? You've completely ruined...
Hell yeah, brother. Weird how I tried before and got a good result, but that time I could not see any fucking words. Does it slow down for the last hour? It's so stupid. Alright, what are the hours on this prayer? I don't want to do anything sus. 6, just 2 hours. We... Oof. Okay, we got... Praise be to our Lord Jesus. Christ be praised.
Until the calends of October. When they come out from prime in the morning, let them labor at whatever...
This only lasts like an hour.
Until about the 4th hour. And from the 4th hour until about the 6th.
From the 4th hour until about 16. After this, we get to sleep. We go steal some blood, and then we get the fuck out of here.
Nature as to keep them from idleness, and at the same time not to overburden them or drive them away with excessive toil. Their weakness must be taken into consideration.
Hours an awful long time to eat, don't you think? And once the food's on the table, it's only like 30 minutes at most. Ah, God, I gotta piss. Our nourishment did stay filled. Cool. It seemed like Henry was actually eating anything. Oh. oversleep.
Novices have no business here.
Brother, stealing is...
Very...
Okay, so I couldn't have possibly lost the quest item, right? Am I still good to keep going after this? Because I don't really give a shit. All the shit that I stole. God damn it. I forgot about all the chalices and stuff. We got a village to pay for, people. We gotta reload after this thing fucking finishes. Goddamn slow it goes. We did have a save from when we used the bed before. So we got that whole day done. Gotta get the blood and talk to Antonius before prayers. Doesn't seem to be an option.
Novices have no business here.
This is not a good time.
Brother?
Fucking hell. Maybe safer to skip prayers altogether? The motherfucking Antonius. No. I can hide in the basement.
Go away. Novices aren't allowed here.
Novices have no business here.
Okay, hours. At 6 is the meal, so I need to like wait till a little before 6, which is exactly what this is. I need to catch him in the hallway so we can skip the fuck out. Yes.
Don't move. Brother, where were...
I definitely
Really? I'll pretend nothing happened. Brother, you were somewhere... You dare resist...
Yes, you...
Dude, I fucking hate this. I just need to talk to Antonius. That's the final goal. Steal the blood, talk to Antonius. This shit ain't hard. In and out. Right. Okay, maybe I should wait until after mealtime, so like 8, let's say. That way I'll know he's in the garden and I can just go sneak up to him. Hopefully no interruptions. The whole thing would be a lot easier if I could just turn back time literally 1 hour from where it saved. But I can't. Saves when you wake up, not when you start to sleep.
What would you like?
I have everything.
Excellent. Straight after Vespers, we'll meet in the dormitory. We'll have to get it all done before the monks have finished dinner. We're going to prepare a little riddle they'll never solve. And why at mealtime? Because we need the dormitory as well as the church to be empty. Then at night we'll escape. Take everything with you and don't forget the key.
Good. Once evening mass ends...
Okay, so I literally need to avoid all the fucking cop priests. Means I have to wait till 7. Right? No, okay, so 6, not 7. So 12, 2, 4, 6.
Service. Praise be to God.
We did it. We fucking did it, people.
Give me that blood. This is the exact spot where you pushed me off the gallery.
A little bit of blood. Little sack.
And here's where you dragged my lifeless body.
You use the ladder the same way I do.
Thank you for helping me out. Now we must each go our own way.
No, he needs to disappear.
I was glad to help. I did what I needed to do and no one got killed.
They hear he gets arrested, that won't be good for me, right?
What will you do now? Now, get the hell out of here. Steal the first horse I come across and ride until dawn, far, far away from here. I was thinking... Here. Take this. Show it to those cutthroat bastards and tell them you found it on me. That should convince them. Especially when they hear about the outcry here after the Friars found out we've gone.
Your lucky die?
In a manner of speaking. Hope it brings you more luck than it brought me. Thank you. Thank you for letting me live, Brother Gregor.
My name's Henry.
All right, Brother Henry. May God be with you.
Or he was a nice guy, he was a thief, but you know, he ain't kill no one. Why not arresting him? Yeah, I had no things to take back, don't worry about it, folks. Pebbles, my friend. He has everything I could ever want. Give me like these. And I just need all my armor back. Doing the two-finger method right now. Alternating. Not sure if I wore either of those. Alright, so whatever I had on does better stats. I think. It has more noise. No, alright, this is the best. Probably what I was wearing then, yeah. Oh, forgot about my book. low. Yeah, fuck the pages. I didn't need them. I'm playing ukulele.
Yeah.
Swamped by Sasau. Is it like not being tracked? Oh, there it is. How am I overloaded? With what? Yeah, I'm not sure there's a good way to get over there. If I can't just walk across.
We better not go in any further. I might drown.
Shit. Okay. Well, it looks like the sun's coming down anyways, so I guess I'm going to the tavern and we will sleep and I will piss. Probably been going for like 4 hours, right? Been a minute since we've done that much. So that was long and tedious and frustrating. We couldn't even find all the fucking pages. Glad it's over though. I feel like every game like this has a part where they just try and give you something different to do, but they don't want to develop new features to the game for just this one little part, so they give you something that's really shitty to go through instead. Like when we played Fable and you had to get the whole bandit disguise to go into the bandit camp, but there was no like good stealth system in the game. There is no real disguise system. You just kind of wander around till you get to pieces, and then it doesn't matter. You put on whatever you want once you're inside. They're not going to treat you any differently regardless. The whole lead up to that camp was the only real stealth segment in the game as well. You didn't have to put any points in the guile to make that work. Real simple line of sight stuff.
Good health to you.
That stale pretzel, break your teeth on it.
We're getting... See now.
Can I...
All right. For how long?
Just the one.
All right.
Here you go.
You like... Take care now.
We're good, baby. That sucked. I hated it. I hated it. We did absolutely nothing but wait all the time. You do your task and it doesn't do a time skip or nothing for you. You gotta sit there and wait. It sucks. Especially when the last hour of your wait meter is always hella slow. Or a bunch of side quests that we failed because there's no point in doing them because you didn't get to have any possessions. We failed miserably at the stealth and had to cheese the whole thing at the end, which made us do a bunch of redos. That was also ass. Probably tacked on another half hour to this. It's all over though. Never again. Hell yeah. Next time, we'll go check on our town. And then, I don't know, we'll see what Johanka has going on. Might not even be a quest, because I have no idea what the hell it is. And we are good, guys. Bye-bye. See you in a week, hopefully. My schedule's been a bit inconsistent because of the holidays, but, you know, whatever. Bye!